Hello everyone and welcome back. We are back with more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'll talk right. I can talk right. And last time I believe we managed to make it for the first day of Soseki's second trial in a row. As I said last time, poor guy can't catch a break. And I think now we have to do more investigating before the next day, before the trial continues the next day. So let's see what we can find out. Yep, that's what we're doing. So let's see what we can do. February 22nd, 1:11 p.m., Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Seems a little empty. I thought he used to have more stuff in here. I don't know. Phew, he made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know! What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Yikes. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Oh, okay. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose. I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. Is my memory off? I was pretty sure there was more in this place last time we saw it. Like, it actually looked like a whole office or something. I don't know. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. Or maybe that was closer to the end of the first game? I don't remember. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-san would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Yeah, might as well converse. I don't think there's much to examine right now. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a bare-faced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shim's yet. No, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspeare certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returned to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah, yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's, as Londoners call it.
We know that place, don't we?
Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken.
Ah, yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back.
Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone.
Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously...
Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea.
But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shakespeare's body?
I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shakespeare's room that will help solve the mystery.
Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think.
Definitely! And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation the tea left in this bar of soap.
Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that.
Kazuma's wishes.
Kazuma Sogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then, after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial, that you really ought to go into law, and be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it, believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind.
Naruhodo-san?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma.
Yes, he's forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better, that was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course.
Yes, that's right. But...
Yes?
I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Alright, just a sec.
Yeah, I think something happened with my internet just then. I don't think that was OBS. Yeah, it definitely was something with my internet, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. Okay, I'm sorry, let's continue. Kazuma's true intentions. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean this. His katana? I never expected to inherit the sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side at court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Is he allowed to have that with him in court? Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Just a minute. Sheesh. Karuma? That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is the soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. I see. Okay. That's all that, I guess. Elementary, my dear Luna. Welcome to the stream, Reen. How you doing? Okay, I guess I could go and examine some stuff. I don't know what. Perhaps we should put this spade away somewhere. That's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. Can't it do both? Why are we even arguing about this? Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? You're so right, Naruhodo-san. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles. Thank you. On reflection, then, I think I'll leave the spade where it is. Yes, I think that's for the best. We may need a shovel when we're working in the garden. I heard that there's another room behind that door. Yes, it's my bedroom, Naruhodo-san, as you well know. Shall I help you unpack your things? That's very kind, but no thank you. Your luggage looked very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it?
That's very kind, but really, no thank you. A young man's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know.
The only secret I have is the 5-yen banknote hidden on the backside of my Daruma doll.
Yeah, but he wasn't talking about going to look inside the
briefcase, just to help you move it in there. At least I think that's all he was offering. Anyway. Let's see. A lodgings and office located in the attic above the suite of rooms rented by Mr. Sholmes. I call it a consultancy, but clients aren't exactly beating down the door. The home and office of the world-famous great detective and his young companion Iris. It seems people from all over the globe come to engage his consulting detective services. Let's go there first. February 22nd, Sholmes Suite.
Oh, Runo and Susie! Hooray, you're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The wonders return at last! Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Von Zeke's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still.
Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor?
Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed, that's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science.
Oh dear.
Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Lord Von Zeke's. Lord Baruch Von Zeke's. Yes, it is. It's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? What is that? And did I even pronounce it right? A person's nickname. Oh, okay. The Reaper. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper, the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts. Sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by highwaymen. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Yeah, but we kinda saw it with our own eyes.
Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit. For the time being, at least. That's not overly reassuring.
If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Von Zeke's own hand.
As it happens, Mrs. Otto, that is quite impossible.
Oh? Why?
Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Narhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Poor Bruno. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Or incredibly unlikable.
Ouch. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people.
Oh!
Well, let's talk about the foul smell first. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea.
Oh my!
There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. Yeah, that doesn't sound so good. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris!
At the ready, Hurley.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It turned completely black.
And what a foul odor it's given off!
Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor. The better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you?
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes.
Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science, and the world of criminal investigation also.
Yes! Forensic science! Oh, these are such exciting times!
I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation, alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. Alright. Japanese people. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mrs. Otto and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Von Zeke seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation.
Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes?
It was about 10 years ago that Baroque von Zieks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan.
No!
What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair.
Oh, but...
The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Alright, forensic science. So, your T-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. And not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. I hadn't heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course.
Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes?
There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I'm researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation.
Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes!
As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues.
That's the spirit, Bruno. See you later.
Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Oh yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival.
We're not gonna wait it too long.
Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye, Susie.
Okay, probably really nothing to examine this time. Except what the heck is that? I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm, blanketed table is so comforting.
Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know.
I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. Yeah. Okay, I don't think there's anything new here, is there? So let's just get out of here. Yeah, let's go here first.
Okay, February 22nd, St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward. And the mouse is still here. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Wait, what? Yes, I hear angry voices. Oh. Be not angry, old ample lady. Okay. Verily thou art mistaken.
Mistaken my foot. You were looking at my painting.
The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustache villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. That's not what she's even talking about. Oh, forget it.
I wish that you died from that poison.
God a mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigour still. Behold my sham spear dance. If that's what you want to call that. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Oh, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspear? What's he? No, forget it. Mary, I do believe I am returned unto another ward.
He was looking, that's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work.
Eastern fellow, so darkly clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But hope you feel like paying for that prop. That doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Oh. Never mind, I guess. Alright. Anon, exuent! Mr. Stamsphere might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down.
I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person.
Miss Green, is everything alright?
Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see.
We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
Wait, I can't converse with anyone? So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it?
As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already.
What a terrible week it's been for you.
Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I look back on these fondly.
Really?
Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged.
Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take your time when you're obviously busy.
There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry. But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Okay, I guess not really much to look at here. Since I've already looked at most of it. In fact, I think the only new thing was her and the cabinet above her bed. What about this? No? Alright. Alright, I guess let's get out of here. We'll move on to Mr. Shamspeare's room. The scene of the crime on the ground floor beneath Mr. Natsume's room, where the victim Mr. Shamspeare lives. The brightly colored outfits and makeshift stage look very incongruous. February 22nd, Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually.
The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it? Yeah, we found it alright. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's with the identification section of the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today.
That's wonderful news! Thank you!
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Yeah, maybe you need to tell that to this person over here. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Yeah, but you kinda act like you wouldn't. Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruto. Herlock Sholm's sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? A little press of X on the area you're interested in is all that is required. Like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it out, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Oh. Okay. Are these handprints? Around this area? Look, there are dozens of handprints here. Around the painting. Huh. So there are, a great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all.
And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel.
Oh, very true, Mrs. Otto. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Oh, look at all this here!
Oh yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot?
Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here?
There isn't obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there?
I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over.
I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes.
Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we?
We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say.
Oh. Well, he could have tripped over that.
The handprints on the floor there?
Oh, the handprints on the floor there? And on the wall by the picture, you mean?
Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. Is there something under that thing? Ah!
What is it, Mr. Zato?
Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out.
One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mr. Zato.
So, what do we have in here?
Oi! What are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson! Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there.
Then stop chowing on your potatoes and do it.
No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips, whilst we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need.
Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat.
No, I know. But I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there, too. Aren't you curious?
Oh! I'll investigate it once. Not so loud. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall.
How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints?
I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that.
There you go. There, y'all. A print for you.
The photograph of the handprints on the wall has been entered in the court record. Traces of handprints on the wall discovered using the skin print seeker gun. There are multiple prints on either side of a hanging picture.
Oh, thank you very much. This invention can make prints too? Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know.
So am I!
Oh, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night.
During their heated literary debate, yes.
Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite a discussion.
Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison.
That's fiction, Mrs. Sato. Let's hope it stays that way. If you run out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh.
That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change.
London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful, too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring.
That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove.
Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there.
Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning.
It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it?
Mr. Shamspeare must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose.
It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that.
want to make sure there's not something else to look at before I... Okay, yep, I think that's it. Oh, nope. The sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mrs. Otto. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. So it turns out that Mr. Shamspear wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right, the mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved. Yes, to prize his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Are you? Inspector Gregson, really? It's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. Alright then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you! Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi! Stop making me out to be some kind of nut! There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know about? Wait, what is he saying? What do you want to know? Okay. Let's see the newspaper clipping first. It looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness! He'd committed a capital offense? Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work, into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere, and no one knows where, and now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline.
Does not strike you, though, why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we got on the cells in back of the yard and see if I can turn anything up. The capital offender article has been entered in the court record. A newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison, whilst his loot remained undiscovered. So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Hello? Yeah. Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garadeb's son, perhaps? Wasn't he part of the jury? In this trial? Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, the yard already knows the identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah! Is that true? Like I said, isn't he on the jury for this case? I know I've seen him. I thought that's where I saw him. Humph. Well, it's too bad. It's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. The hidden photograph has been entered in the court record. A photographic print found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. It shows the landlord, Mr. Garadeb, together with a young man. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garadeb was rather delighted to have it immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. 10 bucks. Now that's 10 bucks looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shakespeare! Give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Meow. Aww. Cute kitty. I wonder if he's allowed to have a pet though. Oh look! It's that lovely little kitty cat! What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him actually. Well, what's it doing here then? Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful! Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man. No. Yeah, too bad we can't look behind there.
Oh. What's he still doing on the floor there?
He couldn't be happier now. Look.
I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. Yeah, I'd still like to see behind there. Although Soseki lives upstairs. So, I may be overthinking. Oh wait, can I... Yeah, let's investigate the kitty. That was a cheeky little meow, Wakahai.
Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever.
I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. I probably wouldn't care, but yeah, he is right about us needing to get back to our investigation. I guess it looks... Yeah, it looks like Holmes left. Alright, let's go to Briar Road, and then I will be right back. This is where poor Miss Green was struck down. What a relief that he's gonna be alright. The scene of the stabbing of Miss Olive Green. It's a fairly wide street that easily accommodates carriages, lined on both sides by tall brick townhouses. Okay, and like I said, I'll head there and then I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. February 22nd, Briar Road. Nothing new here, looks like. Unless there's something over here. Nope. I think that's it. I think that's all for this area. Alright, let's go somewhere else. The Gyarados room. The suite on the top floor of the house where Mr. Natsume has his lodgings, occupied by the landlord, Mr. Gyarados, and his wife. You haven't seen his wife, at least not this game yet. The window looks out over Briar Road below. February 22nd, Mr. and Mrs. Gyarados' room. Mr. Gyarados appears to be out. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Yeah, but I don't think there's anything new to examine here either, is there? Okay. We probably shouldn't poke around in here whilst Mr. Gyarados is out. Oh, is that always on save for everything? Yep. Okay, fine. Let's move on then. The prison cell where the defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsume, is being held. He's spending so much time in it, he'll have to start calling the place home soon. You know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time. Alright, let's go. February 22nd, local prison, cell 9. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back! So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello!
I am a cat.
Sorry?
I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Hairlock Sholmes. I don't know about court, or trials, or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality! Trying to? He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then?
As yet, I have no name.
Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume?
I am not a cat.
It worked! He's back in the real world!
What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate!
Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope!
Yes. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but... The Reaper is omnipresent! In court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere!
What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss.
Oh, yes, we must.
this morning's trial.
In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire!
You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak.
There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Soseki certainty.
Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night?
Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies.
And at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shakespeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Mr. Shakespeare.
That rotten Shakespeare! What have I ever done to him?
You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently?
I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all!
Right.
But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
I'll let you know what, Mr. Natsume?
About the soap, of course! What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am! If I had money! I wouldn't have chosen to live an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings!
Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you?
Exactly! Especially the room that I rent! The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and is trying to kill me!
Capital offender?
Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps!
Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but...
Oh, it's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland.
What?
You're too kind. I accept it gladly.
Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually.
What's this?
It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room.
Aw, so he knew, did he?
Sorry?
About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings.
What?
He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man.
Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Capital offender Selden.
The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garrideb's house.
What? He lived where you do now?
That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room.
Oh my! Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense?
But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse.
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one death, a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside.
Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that was the start of it.
The convict's curse. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
Gas?
I only found that out after I signed the lease. When Mr. Garrideb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease luckily legal!
Lucky for Mr. Garrideb, maybe. Not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you?
It is, at first. I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time.
And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice!
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas.
But that's terrible! It's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garrideb's rooms? Okay. I guess that's all there is to talk about with him. I guess I'll try going back to the Garrideb's room again. February 22nd, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's room. Yep, there he is. Oh, you're here now, Mr. Garrideb.
Right body business it is for me, you know. Getting out and about.
Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss.
The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes.
Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened?
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see.
So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of a questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Oh, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, then the chap in the next room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday.
If you mean Miss Green, she's not dead, okay?
Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green?
Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shimspeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included. No fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. Your lodgers. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Garrideb.
That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone, and he popped up the very same day. Never came across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually.
So, how long has Mr. Shimspeare been lodging under your roof?
That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your subtlety in that regard, Mr. Garrideb, if I might ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Selden and Shimspeare have some kind of connection, then?
Shimspeare's tenants.
That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other.
Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. 'Tis small this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shakespeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. I already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room is vacant, though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those curls must be those curls must muffle in your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing. Very well, we have an accord. Glad to hear it. Let's go, Barwin. Lo, a Shakespeare dance to celebrate. What did you say there? Oh, welcome to Briar Road. From what I heard in court today, sounds like a chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent, too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrideb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe! Put on my crown! I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines, then. Do probably need to present that one photo to him. Let's try this one first, though. Mr. Garrideb, could I show you this? Been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. Haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time, then. Nope, he's not getting off that easy. Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross? A street photographer happened to be passing, and so I asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really. Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache is waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago. After that, criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. The smell of gas that alerted me it was. Ah yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all bodily collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, the room was full of it. No air at all. I imagine not, with the windows covered in brick. The stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So, Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. I can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night while he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the Barley curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Oh, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady.
A love letter, you mean?
Yes, where did I put it now? Why'd you keep it all this time? Oh, here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? To my most beloved, beautiful, and charming sweetheart.
Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence?
My dear Mrs. Otto, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me.
I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no!
Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I've no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. It's going to play on my mind.
But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave Will alone.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Mr. Sholmes, please! I've already had to chastise you about this once.
My undying love to you, my colorful darling. Olive green. How did I see that coming?
Ah!
Olive green? A woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Saseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just a chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence?
Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean?
Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mrs. Otto. Stop it. Okay. Was there anything else talked about? No. Should we examine stuff? No. Okay. I'm not sure where I should be going now. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Need to go see her again because of the letter. Actually, did we get the letter? I don't think we did. February 22nd, St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward.
Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last.
This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves.
Ah!
What is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back.
One moment! I'll be with you in a jiffy!
Stop that. Bad dog.
Oh, hello everyone! What are y'all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing?
Nothing really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all.
Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright.
I don't really have anything else to tell you.
Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Just a minute. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. I want to check if, like I said, I don't think we got that as a clue. No, we didn't. Oh, but we can probably show her the photo. Let me go and do that first. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh! Okay. Oh no! I'm so sorry! The bottle of medicine fell down when she did.
Oh, Miss Green, are you alright?
Maybe I should have talked to her first. Oh, and she's holding the key now. Did it belong to him? For some reason? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that.
No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter. To you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room, to save money for the wedding.
Aw, that's sad. And that's what led him to Mr. Garridip's.
Yes, he told me he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened.
We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green.
Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad.
I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Hospital discharge. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat.
She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure.
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... Would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Sholmes! I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always.
Well, make your presence known next time.
Mr. Sholmes, what's this about?
Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mrs. Otto, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. And then it's probably harder to predict when a case will happen. What do you mean? There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening, with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see.
You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo! I know you can!
Alrighty. It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes. It may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes is about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
Oh! That mouse seems to be dead. Look! I didn't notice it there before. Did you?
Arrives, hugs Luna, and gives Reen roast beef. Welcome to the stream, Dragoon, and thanks for the hug. How you doing today?
That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before. Did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You don't think... Oh, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's fallen into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilled out on the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died.
Ah!
I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison.
Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently.
Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison?
No! Miss Green, please! Please talk to us!
10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. Wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought, if I drink it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things.
Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison.
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, oh
was all my fault. What have I done?
I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. Take it you have no objection.
No, none.
The card.
Neither the sender's name or address appeared to be written on the envelope or the card.
Oh, wait a minute.
It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road.
And 5 p.m.
It's precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes, a pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road, being the street that Mr. Garrideb's house is on.
Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad.
Goodness! So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine. Miss Green, please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel.
Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruhodo? Did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare, Mr. Garrideb's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway.
I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis.
Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean?
Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not?
Well, I fear that either way. It will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper.
Oh dear.
Yes, Baroque von Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial.
Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come?
Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. but away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, a lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn, for all of us. To be continued. Save your current progress? Yes, and this is where I'm going to go ahead and take a short break. So if there's anything you need to do, now's a good time. And I'll be back as soon as I can. And we'll at least begin the second day of the trial. So, see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Let's see how much of the trial I can get through tonight. February 23rd, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, whoa! Yeah, back up, buddy. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Usato. Suffering Sasaki selfishly sidelined. Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. Does this dude even have an inner calm? It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example! Oh, yes. There it is. Inner calm. Exactly. This dude has no chill. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. What are you talking about? I was sure you'd abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. In one afternoon? Yeah, no. Pretty sure that's not how it works, especially when airplanes haven't even been invented yet. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way to the courtroom immediately. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. Yeah, we weren't suddenly going to get another prosecutor on this case, I don't think. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. Just a moment. Okay. I was a little concerned because my stream was buffering for a second. I was worried internet was about to go out again for a moment. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. February 23rd, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, the Old Bailey courtroom. Okay. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. Now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done, you mark my words.
I feel obligated to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my heart is sitting just right.
Let's take her hat then.
Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my heart for me. And please be as ruthless as you like. These deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all.
He's not the one on trial, but okay. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this, I got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Von Zix, what can you tell us? Nothing? Yeah, if only. The prosecution's report is for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the Blackguard Dock. Pray allow me a moment to save our liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid and a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains of the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. And there was a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it.
No poison at all!
In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsume, is blameless here. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found, and a few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word! The water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare. Only prosecution now calls back to the stand. You mean he's not still in the hospital? Alright. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shakespeare.
Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another conversation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shakespeare to the stand. Mr. William Shakespeare, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a belly full of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as well as revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right, villagers, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I ain't forgotten. Keep all that about the ice coins a tiny secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say! Arrest him at once! And let him feel the sting in my tail! Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for cowards such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shakespeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. Alrighty. The tea inconsistency. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene! Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. Ugh, I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Ugh! Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shakespeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Cross-examination.
Hold it!
I understand that you are already acquainted with Mr. Natsume. Is that correct? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first thee. Zounds, sir, thou must learn the English tongue afore thou turns thy hand to lawyering. He has, but the way you're talking is on another level. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Yep. Verily and in truth, 'twas a fine flavored brew, though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shakespeare. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday. Either that, or I'm in worse form. That fated evening, after I did dine, at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report, naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first.
Hold it!
Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea? To have witnessed the act and then drink the tea, thou dost describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched, would I have the choice. Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched. Right. No ice coins means no heating. The witness has had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shakespeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him. With the greatest of pleasure, my liege.
Hold it!
But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea. An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here. It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. Yes, of course, I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it?
No, I'm not sure that's it.
Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drink your tea.
While feigning distraction and debating.
Let me check something. Ah! I'll go through the rest of the the rest of the things first, but I think I've got it already. When heat up!
Hold it!
Yes, so that you can cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right? To cheat or to die. 'Tis life's only choice. Yes. Fifth, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse?
No, I don't. And be very sure, sir. Once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task.
I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run nor to hide. But, my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player?
Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you, starting with the shoddy shirt on your back.
'Tis time for a Shakespeare dance.
What a harsh world we live in. The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings.
The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Consider that a warning, counsel. Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here?
Mr. Shakespeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct?
To cheat or to die, I did make my choice many moons ago.
Hold it!
If, having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time. What's ensnared by literary debate, not else be found in the furrows of the mind. The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? And who was the stronger of the two? Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow. I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening? My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea ought I tepid be.
Ah, yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea.
I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Saseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today...
It feels as though everybody is against us, Mr. Naruhodo.
It must be the Reaper's poison.
I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty.
It really feels like we jumped into the fire here. I think it was that one. Check. Yeah, it was that one.
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How, chop logic. What is this ye darky clad fellow? The 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, so tearing. Commonplace enough. Why, has got a picture of the teacups on that scroll?
Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while.
And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring.
Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean.
And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted.
Drink tea? Well, it's hot.
That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night, and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well, after the several hours the tea was left standing.
But,
In short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court.
Get thee to a nunnery!
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. How much of it do you actually drink, though? You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me, and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shakespeare.
Yes, my liege.
Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken?
Eh?
Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in a small teapot left at the scene? How many of those chalices does he go through? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Oh, no. Don't you try that. Okay, moving on.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night.
What?
Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Hang on a minute. Well, okay, there is a teapot up here. But is that so I guess he could have a case. Seriously though. Trying to remember if I kind of was under the impression that he'd made the tea before he came to visit, but maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm the one that's misremembering. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection!
And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend. Which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us of two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that the spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No! What does this mean then?
I do declare that it means there's no issue with the Cassie's testimony.
Apart from debate about Stephen Gash, obviously. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the court, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favourites, a broth as would be called soup, and a leaf as would be called salad. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jersall, your humble servant Shamspeare, doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! Oh, if I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. By me?
I do declare you may be right.
We all knew the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But his lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path, that's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't yet! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day! How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. The court upholds the defense's right.
Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Judge, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
The jurors' contentions.
I'm a man of logic, mate, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is.
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, my wife shows up for me as a little sketchy at times. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But, never mind. No, you really should mind.
The truth is, her counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shamspear was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that.
Then how are we supposed to turn this around?
I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspear was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly.
But that's surely almost impossible at this stage.
If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will
be found guilty. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
The defense's rebuttal.
All the evidence, you say? That's right. There's no room for doubt. It's So, pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache, says the Englishman with the bigger mustache.
Fair. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind.
If only we had that kind of evidence.
Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madam.
But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas, and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever.
This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either.
If I might interject here,
Yes, madam?
it seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price of our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable.
I think you're kind of... forget it. No. Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes.
Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
Hold it!
Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir?
Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time.
You take poison?
What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man.
Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room.
Oh! You're right. I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man,
Yes?
you have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative.
Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure.
Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas?
There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you haven't noticed. I'm against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so.
She's really buzzing now.
All I've heard about a wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison.
Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know.
More devious? Who, madam?
Other gas companies, of course.
Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting.
We generate gas and we deliver to our customers fair and square.
Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people?
You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
Gas companies like ours delivers gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes, and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft! When we visit customers' houses to collect the money for their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Hello?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3?
Alright, just a sec.
Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking of myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct?
Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see.
Go on. I know someone gas work and visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. Wait, what?
What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there.
Oh, please, everybody knows. It was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean?
I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network.
Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it?
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
You don't say. Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate when lights flicker.
The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster.
The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out.
I'm afraid I yelled at the fella. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3. The defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information.
Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do! That's our company's secret method of identifying the rose center. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already.
Very well, juror number 3. You will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is.
Blow too hard in a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble.
Extinguish everything else and then you're... Oh, wait.
Hold it!
When you say extinguish everything in the house, do you mean even on different floors?
Oh, yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe after all. That's true of every building. Because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties.
Well, I had no idea that it was possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe.
It's not something we like to publicize, to be honest. But we have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Indeed, it has been mentioned on more than one occasion, in the papers even. Is that so? It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. An incident involving the gas stove going out inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
Yes, it's finally starting to fall into place. The secret link that joins all these strange occurrences.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned?
That's right. It happened a tidy few times now.
This is most troubling indeed.
It's always days like this one that I don't get wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face and she slips some white powder into my cup.
And you drink it anyway?
I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a couple, you drink it.
And what happened to you? What did it taste like?
It was god awful, believe you me. Salty as hell.
Oh. Okay.
Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No! So, she didn't care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Let's move on, please.
Yeah.
Hold it!
Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you change your leaning?
Sorry. What's that? No.
Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night.
What's the matter with you?
Sorry?
Oh, I said if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all?
I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here.
Yep. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently.
I suppose. The trouble is, he has selective...
He has selective hearing.
Exactly, but still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people.
I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in Mr. Shamspear was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsume's team.
Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen.
Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten.
Oh, like what?
It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course.
Once again, Suzeki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may have to offer. Maybe I'll offer. So perhaps I ought to let Suzawa-san remind me. Then again...
No need.
Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change the jurors' minds as soon as possible.
Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask, Mr. Naruhodo.
Blow too hard to gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble.
Let me finish up hers.
Hold it!
I concur. Though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit them well. Till your nuclear and nothingness.
Thank you so much. You will turn your attention to the next juror's assertion, please, counsel.
Okay, I've gone through everything now.
this isn't what I'm needing to do right now. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're... I'm a man of logic, me, and have considered all the... I don't know if this is right or not, but I gotta try something. Let me save first.
Objection!
These two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. My lord, as foreman of the jury, I must object. What? Dunno. I concur with the...
Objection!
Oh, okay. It was that one. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what their floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord! Are they tasty then? Gas pipes, is that what he's saying?
Oh, is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress could perform a kiss scene with him.
For shame, madam! Speak in thy fancy. I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say. Just gonna check something real quick. No, not the people. Stop that.
Objection!
It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamspere put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspere has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall.
Oh.
And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
Oh, so would I. I'd like to see this evidence then.
Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that, time and time again, Mr. Shamspere stood in front of his gas lamp.
Take that!
What the? These are... wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, Counsel? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Harlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspere touched in his room.
I never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
Oh, well, if one could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating.
You found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspere also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in this room. For example, here. Around the painting, around the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Well, I wonder. Could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of...
Oh! I don't believe it! The gas lamp!
Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspere has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
Right, what have you been up to, you nut?
I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement.
Me? What did I say?
You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement...
What? Me now?
When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is...
Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him in America!
Welcome to the stream, Ashi. How you doing tonight?
If Mr. Shamspere was here... If Mr. Shamspere here were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Crikey!
Huh? Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Today cannot end soon enough. I've been trying to avoid that subject all day. Oh gosh, I hear you there. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Aussie, and I appreciate you not saying exactly what you mean. Anyway.
Objection!
What?
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during the submission examination,
Oh, well then, why don't you do so? I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord von Zieks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But why is an exciting forensic technique developed by a great detective?
It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly, human research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Schultz cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But...
Please, my lord, if I may.
Miss Susato?
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wished to present the results of the great detective's investigation in the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3.
Oh yes, I do declare that great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fella has to say about those shady handprints.
Well, got 2 of them. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! Yours, lordship! It's not fair to take him!
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Miss Susato, but I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Why, Mr. Shamspear, you seem to be losing your composure. Do you ever have any?
Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it!
Very well. Continue, Consul. Matter logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I'm very interested in the results of this great detective.
Okay. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people.
Do you think?
Okay, yeah, I can't press these 3 that are on our side now. Okay, let me think here.
Man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. What am I missing here? Let me press him again.
Hold it!
Oh, okay. What, your so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique, developed by the great detective himself.
The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspear had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Or that gas just got into his room. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But, as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides... Yes? Even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans the night in question, does it? Oh. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
What?
That's true. Perhaps I was lazy.
No, wait! Look, you got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please.
Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds may very well change them back.
What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspear really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? No, I think I have supporting evidence. Supporting... Oh, wait. Let me look. Let me look at this again. Manchester stranger solely by natural causes since the end of October. Okay, no, that's not what I was thinking of. Oh, wait a minute. Let me read this. Mixed with the tea vitamin B. Poisoning incident occurred. Okay, no, it's probably not that. Okay, wait a minute. Can I show that Mr. Shamspear really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? I have supporting testimony? Yeah, I think I do. Well, save again just to be safe. I have supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's that? Testimony?
But it's incredible. Whose testimony?
Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. The person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garrett residence that night. Namely, name a person whose testimony revealed details. The gas in the Garrett residence that night. Person whose testimony revealed details. Let's see, I did save. Was that night when that happened? Because you did mention him almost. She doesn't live there. And that didn't happen that night. This was a month ago. Well, let's give it a go.
Take that!
Yep, that was it. Alright. Obviously, I'm talking about that defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsume himself.
The defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following.
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me!
On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
Good golly!
Well, sure that was Shamspear fella blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose. Now, George is there. What would he do that for?
Mr. Foreman!
What is it, man?
We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye.
Oh! Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I am a man of logic, first and foremost.
There we go. That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with the majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shamspear. My lord, how can thy humble Shamspear serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your imprinter made a tiny mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? Dragon says, find a DS simulator, boot up Radiant Historia, and enjoy. It will keep you away from that crap. Yeah, how is that game? I've been curious about that. It's been decent so far, that's good. Glad to hear. I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been solid enough already. Juror number 5. Oh, May? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in the British court of law. Ugh! As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there...
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nepalese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. Ugh! I didn't think of that. In any case, Counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Order! Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shakespeare wanted to end the life of... to commit murder. I'm gonna save just to be safe, but I only have 2 ideas in mind.
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live on those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lid is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shakespeare was trying to end. Outrageous! I'm talking, of course,
about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious!
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
What? How can you still claim that?
Let us indulge our fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is, who put it there?
Who did put it up there? Who did put it there?
The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply as his attempt to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shakespeare's murderous designs? Ah! You mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison in the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Ugh!
Whatever Mr. William Shakespeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. The only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend?
Ah! How did you manage to turn that around on me so rapidly?
Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond! Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage.
What advantage?
Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shakespeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt.
Name the true culprit?
I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all.
As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman.
What? Oh, don't you worry.
Objection.
You know exactly what. There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit.
A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax.
Thank you.
Tell us, my learned Nepalese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
Okay, I know this is me being a wimp, but I am going to play it safe. But I really can't think of anyone else at this point.
Take that!
Really? It's the name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council. Just a sec. There we go. Alright, now let's continue this.
Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsumi was arrested, I hasten to add.
Oh, of course, yes. Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe. Here she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspear's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in hospital at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi.
True. On the night of the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital unconscious. So, on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. But still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison! And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamspear. My lord, pray what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her.
Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspear's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nepalese friend's farce through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
Very well, I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. To be continued. Okay. I'm glad I held out this long. I was actually thinking of stopping after the summation examination was over. But it turns out it was a good thing I just kept going from there. So, yeah, this is actually a good place to end the stream for tonight. I hope you all enjoyed it. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel. Link below to see my past streams. And I'll be back tomorrow to continue playing Omori. So, I will see you then. And if you'll stick around, I'll drop a raid. Let's see. Okay. Let's see who we're going to raid tonight. Let me see what's going on. Okay, let's see. Who to raid. Not as paying people streaming tonight. Probably an understandable reason for that. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and raid Lions Pride Studios, who's doing a writing and reading stream. So I hope you'll stick around for that. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night and take care, everyone. Bye.